watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got a lot going on this morning. I know I say that a lot because that's often true, and today is certainly no exception. We do have a lot going on, several live events that we're monitoring at this hour that I want to let you know about. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Tampa. He wrapped up speaking just maybe 2 minutes ago, talked about a number of topics. He was there announcing progress on some Tampa Bay area transportation projects, but he did touch on a number of other topics as well, including the deadly crash in St. Lucie County that has gotten a lot of attention. Harjinder Singh, the illegal immigrant who is facing charges in connection with that deadly crash, and a number of other things as well, including the controversial crosswalks issue that is getting a lot of attention here in Orlando as well. So we're going to hear from Governor DeSantis in a few minutes in a couple of different topics. One other thing, we also heard from the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, holding a news conference in Washington, D.C. just a little bit ago, putting states on notice over English language requirements for commercial drivers. This obviously comes from that crash out of St. Lucie County and some changes in policy as well at the federal level. And so the Secretary talked about that just a little bit ago, and we'll have more on that for you in just a little bit as well. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting where they are moving through some different items on the agenda, talking about some flood mitigation projects right now. One of the things that we are waiting for coming up shortly is a discussion item on Visit Orlando. There was a recent audit done by the county comptroller, Phil Diamond, that flagged some questionable spending within that agency, including what they say was misclassification of tourist tax dollars as private donations. Private donations would have fewer requirements and kind of regulations, restrictions on their use than the tourist tax dollars that public money would. So a lot of questions about that. We do expect the county commissioners to ask of the president and CEO of Visit Orlando as she gives her presentation coming up shortly, so we are monitoring that as well. Also at 11 a.m., let me give you a live look. This is the West Wing of the White House. We do expect President Trump to be hosting a cabinet meeting shortly, so we will try to get you in there as well. So a lot going on at this hour, and that means you're in the right place here on Fox 35 News Plus with our live streaming news coverage throughout the day here on Fox Local and on YouTube. I do want to begin, though, with some tense moments yesterday outside the Pulse nightclub. This is where there have been a number of people out there painting, some putting chalk over this crosswalk that the state has now painted over 3 times, trying to get it back to its previous black and white state after the state FDOT and road crews got rid of the rainbow crosswalk that had been out there for several years in the aftermath of this tragedy that happened there. Police say there was a package out there yesterday that was delivered to the Pulse nightclub that they believed to be suspicious. It has been deemed safe at this time, but at the time yesterday evening, emergency crews had to push back some of the protesters and others who were out there, as well as some news crews as well. All of this happening as the state continues this kind of standoff with the folks who want this to remain a rainbow crosswalk outside that site. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more.
Inside the package was a box of chalk, and it's safe to assume that person who delivered it wanted them to use it to chalk this crosswalk that the state keeps on washing away. You can see that there's water stains and also just remnants of the chalk that used to be there. That package that was meant to help out people caused a major scare. The package in question was from Walmart, addressed to the Pulse Memorial, no one in specific. People were already out here protesting the state's actions from last week when they painted the crosswalk back to black and white. These people have been coming out daily, actively re-chalking up the sidewalk and crosswalk. For about 90 minutes, dozens of law enforcement officials surrounded the Pulse Memorial over the suspicious package, including the bomb squad. The area was closed and evacuated until they discovered it was all chalk. We don't know who sent the package, but Fox 35 actually spoke to people who say they also sent chalk to the memorial.
Oh, I'm so glad it wasn't my box. I just said, well, they're going to need more chalk. So I got on to Amazon. I sent a case the next morning. It was delivered. As a matter of fact, the UPS driver called me because he wanted to make sure that he put it in the right spot.
And as you've seen before, the crosswalk has been cleaned up, and the people who have been here re-chalking up have messages to them that they wrote on the sidewalk. You can see that it says, "You can't paint over love," and over here we have HFP, go away. And over here, you can see just how many boxes of chalk. We can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 10 boxes of chalk for these people that are just going to come back and keep on redoing it as long as the state keeps on washing away.
So no suspicious package after all, just a delivery of chalk as more people kind of show their support and solidarity with those folks out there who have continued to make sure that crosswalk stays kind of rainbow colored as the state pushes to get rid of that. And it is also a federal directive, we should say as well. So not just a state kind of initiative here, but also from the feds getting rid of these different differentiations in these crosswalks, intersections, a number of things that they say is a safety issue. And we'll have more on that in a little bit as well. Governor DeSantis, the transportation secretary with him as well, were speaking, and they talked and kind of touched on this topic as well. So we'll hear more from that in just a little bit. One other story we are following up on this at this hour: AI cameras being mounted to school buses in Brevard County. If you drive around a stopped school bus, you will now automatically get a ticket in the mail. And this actually comes after school speed zone cameras throughout the county were taken down. Fox 35's Marley Capper has that story.
The city ended a contract after a Fox 35 investigation revealed that those tickets were probably being improperly ticketed for drivers. And so now Brevard County Schools is looking to work with a new company, Bus Patrol America. The goal remains the same, wanting to keep students safe. I think that's everybody's goal. But many are wondering if they can trust the tickets to be accurate. Around 400 buses now have the new AI camera technology that takes videos and pictures like what you're seeing on your screen of cars putting kids in danger when they're driving and the kids are trying to get on and off those school buses.
This program gives us the opportunity to send a strong, united message right out of the gate. Student safety is non-negotiable.
Bus Patrol America is the largest provider here in the state of Florida, and the Brevard County Sheriff is backing it. Violations are $225. If you feel that it's inaccurate, you can always contest it. There is a warning period right now until September 17th. So after that, you either pay the $225 or you take it to court.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to, so keep it right here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We were talking about Governor Ron DeSantis being in Tampa just a little bit ago. I wrapped up his news conference just about 13 minutes ago. He was talking about some transportation projects in the Tampa area, but was also asked about Harjinder Singh and this deadly crash out of St. Lucie County, this illegal immigrant truck driver now facing charges in connection with that crash that stemmed from what investigators say was an illegal U-turn attempt on Florida's Turnpike earlier this month. During the question and answer portion, DeSantis was asked about Harjinder Singh, and the governor said that one of the biggest reasons Singh was able to get back to California after the deadly crash and was not arrested on the scene, he said, was because all the witnesses were dead. Here is more of what Governor DeSantis said about Singh and that crash just a few minutes ago.
The witnesses were dead. So you had 3 witnesses that were dead, killed in the crash. You have Singh and then his passenger, neither of whom spoke English. So you have a crash scene. It wasn't obvious to the troopers at the time that there was a criminal offense that had been committed. And so they obviously had to clear the road to make sure everyone was in. But they understood this guy. They had his information. They did what was right. They conducted an investigation. They got the video. And then clearly it was a situation where there was probable cause that a crime had been committed. We were able to do the extradition, and it was fine. But if you had someone that had survived, then you may have been able to get probable cause at the scene. As it is, the witnesses were dead, and so the troopers had to rely on getting the video, which obviously wasn't apparent. Now, we did do an announcement. The Attorney General did an announcement in Bay County. They were able to nab some folks. We are looking at with these weigh stations to be able. Now, it's tricky because we as a state don't have access to the immigration information, right? So if DHS gave it to us, if it's California license, we don't recognize California licenses granted to illegal aliens. If you could do a spot check, we'll absolutely do that. I think what they're at least able to do, though, is ensure that the drivers coming through are able to read and understand English, because this guy couldn't speak English. And you guys have all seen these roads where you'll go, these are busy highways, and there'll be little gaps in them, for official use only or this or that. It is not meant for motorists to just do a U-turn. It is certainly not meant for a semi-truck to do an abrupt U-turn. And so I don't think he knew what was going on. It was reckless disregard for the safety of other people. And he tries to do this abrupt U-turn, and that other car didn't have a chance. So, and I know the Attorney General is asking the Trump administration to consider pausing CDL programs in California and Washington State, because first of all, you're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not in this country legally. You're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not capable of understanding traffic signs and have an ability to communicate, and yet they seem to do that without much pushback. That creates dangers for other people. Obviously, I blame, California's a sanctuary state. Their problems spill over to the rest of the country, as we're seeing. This guy came illegally, and he went to California, and he went to sanctuary jurisdictions. So that's just what happens. So yes, that's a huge problem. The company is at fault here too, because if you're running a company like this, you should know whether your drivers are capable of handling a vehicle of that magnitude. That is, if somebody's not able to do it, you're putting a lot of people's lives in jeopardy. The federal government took away the license, the business license from that company. I mean, obviously, there's probably going to be additional stuff that happens there, but certainly, I think we're looking at: are there any ability for us to hold the company accountable at the state level in addition to the federal level? Because I think that you need to do it. But this driver, he made the decision to get behind the wheel of that thing knowing that he was not able to fully understand his surroundings and fully understand what was on the road. And that created a massive hazard, and it resulted in the death of 3 people. I was asked the other day, like, oh, there's a bunch of people like in foreign countries that are signing a thing to say basically, go lenient on him. Like he didn't intend, to kill these folks. Well, I was like, well, he intended to get behind the wheel knowing that he didn't have the full capacity to be able to handle that vehicle. He was driving it around knowing that he was not well situated to do that. He attempted a very reckless U-turn with a massive truck, knowing how very dangerous that is. So the notion that somehow this guy wasn't really at fault, that he was they almost portraying him as like a victim of what happened here. I don't buy that. This guy knew what he was doing. And, did he intend to do a clean U-turn and not run into anybody or have anyone run into him? Yeah, that was probably the intent, but the reality is it was a reckless disregard for the safety of others to do what he did. And, it's an avoidable tragedy is what it is.
That was Governor DeSantis talking about that, calling it an avoidable tragedy. Also talking about changes that could be seen for some of these states when it comes to CDL funding and permitting and that kind of thing. We're actually going to take a quick break, and then we will have more on that because Sean Duffy, the U.S. Transportation Secretary, did hold a news conference earlier today announcing formal action against 3 states for failing to enforce those federal English language proficiency requirements. So we're going to take a quick break, and then you'll hear from Transportation Secretary Duffy in just 2 minutes. So keep it here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. And we are continuing to track the fallout from this deadly crash in St. Lucie County a couple of weeks ago that killed 3 people. That illegal immigrant who was driving, according to investigators, trying to make that illegal U-turn when that minivan plowed into the truck on Florida's Turnpike and killed 3 people. Now, the U.S. Department of Transportation announcing formal action against 3 states, including California, where Harjinder Singh got his CDL, his commercial driver's license. Formal action against 3 states for failing to enforce federal English language proficiency requirements when it comes to commercial motor vehicle drivers. That was an announcement made today by Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who not only announced the action against California, New Mexico, and Washington, but also put other states on notice when it comes to this issue. Here's what he had to say at that news conference just a little bit ago.
As we start, I just want to take a moment and thank President Trump for his leadership in the executive order that he made clear that we're going to put safety in America first on our roadways. We appreciate his leadership. By way of taking a trip down memory lane, it was in May that DOT put out a rule that indicated that we were going to take out of service truck drivers who were not proficient in speaking the English language. We announced that in May, and it was going to go in, it did go into effect at the end of June. Now, when we did that, there was a lot of press that complained to us that we were being unfair to people, that we were being mean to people. And what we said was, no, this is a safety issue. Making sure drivers of very heavy 80,000-pound rigs can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue. And some complained about it. We implemented it at the end of June, and all of us in America saw what happened in Florida, where we had an individual who we tested this individual after the crash, but no doubt could not speak the English language and could not understand road signs when he was operating that very deadly rig. And so we at DOT and federal motor carriers, we are not going to tolerate states that don't comply with the rules that come from this department. And so we are going to, first of all, we've identified several states that have not been in compliance. That would be Washington, California, and New Mexico. Those are the three states that have not complied with this rule, which, by the way, this driver in Florida had received a CDL in Washington, California, and was pulled over in July for speeding, and no doubt couldn't speak the English language. And law enforcement in New Mexico did not take his rig out of service. So this one driver touched all three states. Based on our review, they are not complying with our rule. And so phase one for us, which I'm announcing today, is we are going to give these states 30 days to come into compliance with truck drivers speaking proficiently the English language, or we're going to look at federal funding that they receive under the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program. So I believe California is 20 million or 30 million? 30 million. Washington is 10 million, and New Mexico is 7 million. Correct. Jesse will confirm that in a second, but these are millions of dollars. By the way, this is phase one. There are other actions that we can take to make sure states comply. And hopefully in the next 30 days, we won't have to withhold any money from them. But if they don't come into compliance, we will start with withholding this money, and then we will take additional steps to guarantee compliance. And this is not, just to be clear, this is not just about saying we have some obscure rule that we want them to comply with, that truck drivers speak English proficiently. This is about keeping people safe on the road. Your families, your kids, your spouses, your loved ones, your friends, we all use the roadway. And we need to make sure that those who are driving big rigs, semis, can understand the road signs, that they've been well trained, and that when they're pulled over by law enforcement, they're stopped by law enforcement, or there's a crash and law enforcement responds, they can effectively communicate what they have on their rig. There might be a history that they have to be able to communicate to law enforcement when they're pulled over or there's an accident. And if they can't do that, that creates a significant issue for the traveling public. And so this is step one. And again, we hope there'll be compliance in the next 30 days. If not, we'll take additional steps. With that, I do want to turn it over to our Chief Counsel from Motor Carriers, Jesse Ellison, to talk a little more about what our plan is and how we're going to move forward. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Before I explain the enforcement actions that FMCSA will take, I want to emphasize the two dates that you mentioned. May 20th is the date that the Secretary directed FMCSA to implement a new policy, and part of that policy included the assessment to determine whether a driver could meet the English language proficiency requirement. And by June 25th, when CVSA, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, the alliance of the state partners, put the new out-of-service rule into effect, they shared that policy with the assessment as part of it with all of the state partners. And so all of the states have had this information since May 20th and at the latest since June 25th. Today, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration will be serving a notice of proposed determination of nonconformity to the states of California, Washington, and New Mexico. And this notice proposes a finding of noncompliance with the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program, commonly referred to as MCSAP, with the qualifying conditions. This notice, the MCSAP program is FMCSA's main formula grant program, and it provides financial assistance to states to reduce the number of severity of crashes and injuries and fatalities. MCSAP funding requires the states to adopt and enforce laws and regulations compatible with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations, which includes the English language proficiency requirement. And let me just quote what that requirement is that the Secretary described just a minute ago. But commercial drivers must be able to read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language, to respond to official inquiries, and to make entries on reports and records. The states must enforce ELP requirements to maintain MCSAP funding. Even before the tragic accident in Florida, taking 3 lives, FMCSA reached out earlier this month to all of the state partners and asked a couple of questions. We were reviewing the enforcement data, and we wanted to know what your plan was, and if you did not have a plan, what actions you were taking to deprioritize your non-enforcement actions. And so we took that feedback and reviewed that in combination with the data that we were reviewing, and part of that data that I'll share with you right now. But those answers were critical in determining these notices to California and Washington and New Mexico because they didn't have a plan, or they hadn't communicated with us the steps that they would take to deprioritize what they weren't doing. What we found in determining California between the enforcement date of June 25th and August 21st, so through last week, was that California has done about 34 investigations where they actually cited a violation, and one of those involved the English language proficiency requirement. Very importantly, California inspected over 20 drivers who had previously been cited in other states for an English language proficiency violation and were taken out of service. So what that means is subsequent to that violation, they drove again in California, and California did not honor that previous violation. In Washington, there have been, over that time period from June 25th to August 21st, about just over 5,000 inspections that resulted in a violation, 6 of which did have the ELP requirement, 2 of which were not properly done within the commercial zones. But like California, Washington had at least 4 drivers come into their state who had previously been cited for an ELP requirement violation and put out of service. And they did not respect and honor that previous violation. In New Mexico, over that same time period from June 25th to August 21st, New Mexico has provided 0 violations out of over about 5,000 inspections. And like Washington and California, drivers came into New Mexico, about at least 7 drivers who had previously been cited and put out of service for the English language proficiency requirement. And yet New Mexico, just like Washington and California, did not honor that previous violation and returned them out of service. Just to underscore this point, if an out-of-service violation could be various citations, it could be breaks. No state officer is going to look at a previous citation of a brake violation in a state a month before they're doing their inspection and then just not inspect the brakes and just let that driver go on their way. And yet, all 3 of these states are doing that. And they're allowing people to be on the road that were taken off the road. So all 3 of these states will have 30 days from the notice that we send out today to respond to the agency and to provide a corrective plan. And after that 30 days, FMCSA will make a final determination of nonconformity and impose the appropriate sanctions that can be up to withholding all of the MCSAP funding. And as the Secretary said, that's just over, I think, $33 million in California, $10.5 million in Washington, and I think $7 million in New Mexico. We anticipate all of the states coming in compliance. We do not want to penalize the states. We want the states to comply and to enforce the English language proficiency requirement, which is directly related not only to the safety of the citizens of their states, but the citizens of all of the states around all of the United States with drivers driving into those states.
U.S. Department of Transportation officials putting those states on notice. California, Washington, and New Mexico, they now have 30 days to get in compliance with these requirements. Otherwise, they will lose that federal funding. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where they are still discussing flood vulnerability assessments right now. The next item on the agenda is an update from Visit Orlando, and one of the things we expect them to talk about and also face some scrutiny over, some questions from the board, is questions about spending from the public tourism tax dollars specifically. All of this after an audit from the county's top accountant found some questions and some questionable spending, some possible mismanagement of some of those public funds. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie gets us caught up on that.
They're going to be analyzing the audit of Visit Orlando, where they're accused spending taxpayer money on things like $12,000 for a car allowance for the CEO, $6,000 for office decor, and even luxury box suites at the Kia Center. Now, the audit also notes over $3 million in taxpayer money was misclassified in financial records as donations of private money. Visit Orlando has maintained that they can justify how the money was spent. We spoke with the CEO of Visit Orlando about the audit.
Because those dollars are public dollars, we've got to be good stewards of those dollars. And so part of that, we have a lot of transparency and a lot of accountability with our agreement with Orange County. So for example, any given month, you can go to the comptroller's website, and our full check registry of how we spend every TDT dollar is listed on their website.
If they want to take taxpayer money, they've got to follow taxpayer rules.
Based on their 2019 contract with the county, Visit Orlando is allowed to spend tourist development tax money on promotional tourism ads on TV and social media and host events and dinners to promote local businesses. Those tax dollars come from visitors staying in hotels or rental properties in Orange County. Commissioners are expected to question Visit Orlando about the audit and how they're spending the $100 million from Orange County.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, forecast today, kind of a tale of two cities depending on where you are.
It really is a Dickensian forecast. Garrett, it will be the best of times for some and the worst of times for others, with bright sunshine in areas to the north and a lot of deluging rain to the south this afternoon, with some places getting several inches of rain. So it really will be a tale of two cities. First off, we look at this beautiful shot from Orange County, our brand new Evermore Resort Cam, one of the newest Orlando resorts, but it's a good illustration of what the weather looks like as far as mostly to totally cloudy conditions out ahead of this system. The cold front right now is draped across north central Florida, and behind it to the north, like along I-10, not only is there no rain in the forecast today, but the humidity levels are in a comfortable zone. Like, you go up there, 2-hour drive to the north, and it feels like fall. It's beautiful. Dew points there in the low 60s. Now here in Orlando, in the central Florida region, we're going to see our rain chances ramping up because we're going to be south of that front today. So we'll have about a 60% chance of rain between 1 and 4 p.m. with a high temperature of 90 degrees. Then the rain will start to taper off and end this evening, and that'll lead to temperatures slowly falling into the mid-70s overnight. So here's what's going on. It is very rare for a cold front to enter central Florida in late August. Typically, our area of high pressure in the Atlantic, the Bermuda High, is so strong, and that's our summertime ridge of high pressure, that it deflects these before they can make it in. But this one has a little bit more punch to it because it's got upper level support from a huge trough across the northeastern U.S. and eastern portions of Canada. So the bottom line is that this front not only exists right now across North Florida, it's going to work a little bit farther south tomorrow yet, and that could allow Orlando to sample some of that drier air. Now, I don't want you to think it's going to feel terrific outside, because it may not be a discernible difference as far as like the humidity levels go, but it will reduce our rain chances considerably. Only about a 20 to 40% chance for rain tomorrow. And it may feel a little bit more comfortable in the afternoons if we get a little bit of that mixing with the drier air aloft reaching the surface. However, just to the south, the tropical moisture will loom. So a place as close as maybe Sebastian's Inlet, Vero Beach, maybe Palm Bay and Melbourne, Yeehaw Junction, areas to the south, they could see a lot of rain tomorrow. So there's going to be a really sharp cutoff. But in true form, because fronts are so rare and there's a lot of resistive forces, this will be pushed right back up from where it came this weekend into Georgia, stall out, and then provide a focus for an even higher rain chance to follow. So as we head into Labor Day weekend, For better or worse, our rain chances will be quite high. It's only a one-day respite from the rain. All right, so here's a look at future clouds and radar today. Not much going on through 3 o'clock with the exception of the Tampa Bay region. And as we push into the heat of the day, it does look like we'll have some pretty decent storm chances from Sanford Point south, including Oviedo, Chuliota, and Orlando. But notice to the north, very little, if any, rain at all in Ocala and in Gainesville. And then through the evening, this will tend to dissipate and we'll see the activity diminishing. Again, tomorrow the front comes even a little bit farther south, and that will ultimately reduce our rain chances even further tomorrow. But in the big picture, from now until Monday, Labor Day, including, so we've got we've got today's rain, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We could see a widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain, with some spots receiving as many as 8 to 10 inches if you add it all up over that week-long period. So we will have some pretty soaking rains, and most of it featured and favored along and south of I-4. That's a look at the rainy story. Now let's take a look at the tropics. In our tropical update, everything's quiet in the Atlantic Basin with the exception of tropical storm Fernand. That's expected to move northeast and dissipate by tomorrow or Thursday into a tropical depression or a non-tropical low. It's already getting sheared apart significantly, and there are no other tropical systems in the cards at this point. Our hurricane season statistically peaks on September 10th, so that's right around the corner, and it maintains that really busy portion of the hurricane season through October 10th before ending November 30th. It looks like in about 2 weeks' time we'll see the Atlantic reactivating, and we'll have more storms to track. But as of now, we catch a nice break. And that's your tropical outlook. All right, let's jump into the forecast here for the next 7 days. 90 the high today with a 60% chance for rain. A nod to the cold front tomorrow. It's not going to be cooler, but it should be a little drier. Just a 20 to 40% chance for rain. And then, well, as soon as the rain got pushed south, it's going to make a big return. We'll get back up to likely rain chances for the end of the work week and especially into this Labor Day weekend. So if you have outdoor plans, it's the unofficial end of summertime, even though for us it's not. It stays summer here for a few more months. But if you have outdoor plans, just make sure you keep a close eye on the weather forecast.
What do you mean it's not fall yet? It's pumpkin spice season now, Brooks.
That's right. You know what? On that note, my kids planted pumpkin seeds in our yard a couple of weeks ago. Garrett, those things are sprouting. They're growing like crazy. I think by Halloween we may have some real pumpkins growing in our yard.
There you go. Homegrown jack-o'-lanterns. I like it.
That's right. Fall in spirit, anyway.
That's right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. My pleasure as always. Thank you, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, leave you with a cloudy view over downtown Orlando on this Tuesday morning. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've talked a lot about what's happening with the crosswalks in Orlando and across the state as well. This conversation about the state really wanting to get rid of any of the colors and designs that may be in some of them. We talked about it yesterday with some of the street murals as well in the Tampa and St. Pete area. But the big focus has been on the what was a rainbow crosswalk outside of Pulse nightclub, and a number of folks who have criticized the state painting over this have said that it is really part of the memorial there in the absence of a permanent memorial still. And so there has been a lot of pushback against the state for taking this action and getting rid of that rainbow crosswalk. In fact, we talked yesterday on Florida Live with Brandon Wolf, who is a Pulse survivor. If you'd like to watch that full conversation, you can find that on Fox Local and on fox35orlando.com. Governor DeSantis talked about this crosswalk issue at his news conference in Tampa just a little bit ago, and here's what he said about it.
You hear static out there about, oh, the Florida Department of Transportation is removing, this from the roads, people painted and all this other stuff. The Florida legislature passed the law that was very clear that I signed into law. We're not doing the commandeering of the roads to put up messaging. And so FDOT has, when it's on a state road, has removed. They put out guidance earlier this summer to make it clear to everybody what the expectations are. Local governments are required to mimic the state standard, and I know some of them think that they don't have to follow that, but this is all very clear in law. And interestingly, it doesn't usually get as much reported. Most of this stuff they had to remove a back the blue. They had to remove some of these other things, and so it spans different things. But we've made the policy decision in Florida. We're not going to use the roads for that purpose. The roads are there for either pedestrians to cross or cars to go, and that's what it's going to be. And so Jared and his team are just ensuring that the law is upheld. And for those jurisdictions out there, what is it? Is it Delray, Key West, and anyone else? Those three. It's like they think that they should just be a law unto themselves. Well, we have remedies in the law to be able to make sure that people are following what their elected representatives have enacted. And so Jared and his team will do that. I don't know why you'd want. You hear static out there, either pedestrians to cross or cars to go, and that's what it's going to be. And so Jared and his team are just ensuring that the law is upheld. And for those jurisdictions out there, what is it? Is it Delray, Key West, and anyone else? Those three. It's like they think that they should just be a law unto themselves. Well, we have remedies in the law to be able to make sure that people are following what their elected representatives have enacted. And so Jared and his team will do that. I don't know why you'd want to try to make a scene over it, but just understand this has been done across the state, and it's been done, regardless of the messaging that's been used.
Anything you can bring up from the past essentially is irrelevant now because we have a new law and we have a new standard, and we're simply implementing that standard, and it's across the board. Pavement art is not allowed, and we're removing everything that's not compliant with state, federal standards, and that's the approach that we're taking. We did an inventory of more than 400 locations across the state, and it's all kinds of art. And so, this is one of those locations that's part of that. And, as we continue to implement this, we're going to be working with our local government partners.
Yeah, but I do think it's important to point out that, there was a law that was enacted. So I get what may have happened, years ago. No one was doing anything wrong per se. But I think there was a feeling amongst the elected officials, certainly in other parts of the country, it had gotten way out of control to where really the safety and the use of the roads was almost secondary to people being able to appropriate that for different types of messaging. but the legislature passed it. I think it passed unanimously. I think in the Senate it did. I don't know about the House. I signed it into law, and then Jared and his agency issued the guidance. And so what I would tell kids is, we have a representative system of government. People elect their representatives. They're able to enact legislation with the governor's signature, and then when that happens, then obviously people will conform the conduct accordingly. And so I don't think those kids were doing anything wrong. I think it's just a change in policy, and we don't want to be in a situation where we're playing whack-a-mole. So, oh well, no, that mural's fine, but that's not. We think the pedestrians may get confused there. We think a driver, oh no, that's fine. This. Because, then you get into like, oh, is it a content thing and all that? No, we're just not doing it. That we're out of that business in Florida. And so all they're doing is just enforcing the law that had been passed. And I understand there may be people that disagree with it. I mean, there's laws that are on the books that I enforce that I may not fully agree with, but I took an oath to do it. And so that's the way the cookie crumbles. And so, but there was a change in law. There was a change in guidance that has been issued. And now with the Trump administration, they are very aggressive on saying that the roads should not have the markings on them, and that's not the appropriate thing to do. So I think you kind of have agreement now, state, federal. I think we're all swimming in the same direction. Most local governments, I think, are fine. They're like, look, if the law changes, the law changes. You're always going to have the Key Wests of the world that are going to virtue signal. That's just what they do. I get it. I know, not my first rodeo. But the reality is, they don't have a legal leg to stand on here. Jared put out the information. They had an opportunity to correct. I think, has that elapsed yet, or do they still have more time?
We still have more time. It's 14 days from notification.
Okay, so sometime next week, I think it'll be. Was that when it is? I think so, yeah. So stay tuned on that.
So more to come on that issue. That is Governor DeSantis just a little bit ago. Give you a live look.
With this particular deal, there are some residents who are not.
Let me give you a live look there from our Launch Credit Union camera in Titusville, looking toward the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral along Florida's Space Coast. We do know that Starship, SpaceX is going to try again for a Starship test flight tonight in Texas. All of this amid conversations of trying to bring Starship to Florida. But as part of those discussions and planning for bringing Starship here to Florida Space Coast, there are also some questions about some changes that would need to go into effect. In fact, we've learned that Playa Linda Beach could shut down for up to 60 days a year because of Starship rocket launches. There is a public meeting this afternoon that the FAA is holding at Kennedy Space Center to talk about that and hear from residents and get their input on that and some other issues as well. Titusville Mayor Andrew Connors was on Good Day Orlando this morning.
But with this particular deal, there are some residents who are not sold on it, right? Is it a done deal? Is there still room for discussion?
I believe there is, and that's our job as local elected officials to advocate on behalf of our residents. And we're working with our partners at the FAA, NASA, Space Florida, and many others to make sure that we have a good, solid plan for our residents to make sure that A, they are safe, but also that we can continue being the great space coast that we are, where we launch rockets from here.
And so what does the advocating for the residents of Titusville look like, right? So is there going to be an impact on recreation and on tourism, on the locals in that area?
Yeah, we have over 1 million visitors that visit that beach every single year. So it's very important that we figure that out and have constant communication with them. Some of the things that we're doing on the back end is we are an active participant in the environmental impact study, as well as on our historic preservation structure. So we are doing everything we can to make sure we have the data, the input, so that we can feed that to our federal partners and advocate on behalf of our residents.
And so how do you balance the two, right? Because on the one hand, you can't deny it would be a great thing for the Space Coast to have that here. On the other hand, you have the tourists and you also have the locals who may not like it as much. Obviously, with everything, there has to be a balance. How do you, as mayor, achieve that?
Well, I look at history. We've been through this before when Apollo first came in and started launching for the first time, when the shuttle came in and started launching for the first time. This is a unique vehicle in the fact that it's been tested somewhere else before it came here. Every other time in history, we were the guinea pigs. So I'm very happy that we are not the guinea pigs this time, and we have data from Boca Chica, and we can look at those things to make sure that A, we're protecting the residents, but B, we can continue to fly rockets and be the space capital of the world.
And so let's talk about the residents. How do they feel? What are you hearing from your constituents?
Yeah, a lot of the residents have been through this before, back when the shuttle program happened in the 80s and they were closing the beaches for a prolonged amount of time. So they're very strongly advocating that the beaches stay open, that we have access to our natural resources, and it really is something special to see the community get involved and advocate on behalf of the city of Titusville.
And so what will you do with the information that you get from the meetings that are happening over the next couple of days?
I'm continually having meetings with our space partners at Space Florida, NASA, SpaceX, to make sure that our residents' voices are heard, because that is my job as mayor. Hopefully we can get, like to your point, a good common ground, a good balance, so that we can support space innovation and growth while protecting our community interest and our natural resources here in Titusville.
And finally, before I let you go, any indication or idea of when a final decision on this will be made?
I think there's just a lot of data to be collected at this point, a lot of community input. So they're going through the steps, they're doing it the right way. They didn't just come here and just start blowing up rockets on our coast. So we're going through the process, and it will take some time, but I believe that we'll find a happy medium between space innovation and protecting our national treasures.
And again, that meeting is scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll have more coverage of that later today here on Fox Local. We are getting ready to step aside here on Fox 35 News Plus, but do want to let you know a couple of things that we are tracking still for this afternoon. Coming up at noon, there's a group in Tampa, CARE Florida, Council on American Islamic Relations, calling for the release of a 16-year-old Palestinian American citizen from Florida who is being held in jail in Israel. They are calling on the Israeli government to release him. They say he has been held without trial in an Israeli prison for more than 6 months. We're hoping to have that news conference for you. In fact, I can give you a live picture of that right now as we get ready for that to start here shortly. So we'll have that streaming for you here on Fox Local. We're also still standing by for that Trump cabinet meeting, and we'll have more coverage from the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting as they discuss the Visit Orlando audit. We'll have more coverage on that coming up a little bit later here on Fox Local as well. So busy day here on this Tuesday. Keep it right here on Fox Local so you can stay up to date and stay informed here in Central Florida on this Tuesday morning that is now turning into Tuesday afternoon. So keep it right here on Fox Local. We're going to take a break and we'll have more coverage in just a minute.
Guys, we're going to start in 1 minute. All the 9 speakers in this list are here. So this is a good list for spelling. Anyone missing? Math. Okay, number 7 is missing. Okay, he's not speaking. Math. So cross it out. Or if he comes, we announce him later. Okay, so we have, these are the order of the speakers, the correct pronunciation, and the organization they belong to, okay, they represent. We're starting in 15 seconds. Everybody ready? Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord, the most gracious, the most merciful, my name is Wilfredo Ruiz. I am the Communications Director for the Council on American Islamic Relations, the Florida chapter. Today, we're brought to this press conference because we have a family calling for the release of a Palestinian American citizen child. A 15-year-old minor was arrested and now detained for around 6 months. He was arrested when he was 15 and now he's 16. And the reason that brought us here, and you're going to hear from multiple organizations that are assisting the family of Mohammed Ibrahim in trying to get this son of Florida back. Mohammed Ibrahim needs to be in America. He's an American citizen, and the American government does have an obligation to protect the American children everywhere where they are in the whole planet. Anywhere, including Israel, Gaza, Palestine, wherever. It's an obligation. That's what the governments exist. The first duty is to offer protection to their citizens. And that is the duty we're calling our government to fulfill. The first speaker will be Care Florida Deputy Executive Director, Sister Heba Rahim. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heba Rahim. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at Care Florida. My name is spelled Hibarahim. We're here today for Mohammed Ibrahim. He's a 16-year-old American teenager who has been imprisoned by Israel for the last 6 months. He was only 15 years old when he was abducted from his home in the middle of the night, and he has not been able to contact or connect with his family since then. In the last 6 months, he's lost over 25 pounds. That's almost 25% of his body weight. He's contracted scabies. He has not been able to connect with his family. His situation is dire, and we're calling for his release. A coalition of more than 100 statewide, local, and national, and even international organizations are coming together to call for his release. These include the Center for Constitutional Rights, Global Ministries of the Christian Church, Jewish Voices for Peace Action, Pax Christi USA, and Veterans for Peace. There's a legitimate fear that people have right now. His family and his community have a legitimate fear, and that is for his safety. His health is deteriorating. The U.S. Embassy has checked on him and has reported that his health is deteriorating. His scabies was being treated, but he is still suffering from that. And in April of this year, a 17-year-old Palestinian teenager being held at the same prison that Mohammed was held at died because of the abusive conditions there. This is something we have to pay attention to. We have to speak out. And in a turn of good news, we've seen that some elected officials are paying attention and are speaking out. And with that hope, we reach out to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Department of State, and to President Trump and we're asking them to work together to secure his release. This is not politics. This is the life of an American teenager who's being held in an Israeli prison, one that is notorious for abuses, and regardless of what type of prison it is, he needs to be back with his family. He's a 16-year-old young American man. We're asking for help to bring him back. Thank you.
Thank you. Herba will be followed by Siad Khader. Siad is the cousin to Mohammed Ibrahim, and he will relate perhaps the information that the State Department have conveyed to the family and are going to convey some of the undescribable suffering that his family is having in the past weeks, not only because of this abduction, but also for losing another of their family members some weeks ago to illegal Israeli settler violence. So please, Lucia.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is about my nephew, Muhammad. Muhammad is the first cousin of Saifullah. Saifullah was killed a month and a half ago. They both work right down the street here off of Bruce B. Downs at an ice cream shop. Muhammad was 15 years old, 4 in the morning, 25 soldiers, ski masks, M16s, Jeeps, military vehicles. They came into the house. They took him out of his bedroom, blindfolded him, handcuffed him. And that was 6 months and 10 days ago. That's the last time anybody seen him that knows him. We're here, everybody's here, just like any parent, uncle, father, mother. A 16-year-old is supposed to be down the street right now getting his driver's license with his summer job, with his family, who just buried his first cousin. We want him home. Any child belongs with his parents, his mom, and his dad. I just became a father after 20 years of me trying to be a dad. My kids are home with me and their mom. Anybody who's a parent knows what it's like to have their kids near them, and I pray that nobody is going through what his mom and dad are going through. The conditions that he's in and the prison that he's in is notorious for torture and suffering. Hibba just mentioned 25% of his body weight. He's not on Ozempic. He's not on a diet. He's getting starved. Scabies from his feet to his fingertips, begging for ointment to treat him. U.S. Embassy getting denied access because of how contagious it is. Our politicians, from our city council members to the White House, need to do something about this. We're reminded every day that in Israel, they're our biggest ally. They're a democracy. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. Let's have these two democracies talk to each other and get this kid home. Let's see what real democracy is. Let's get our boy back to his family, back to his parents. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Now we're going to have us Miss Megan Hammer.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking about your cousin. As Hibba and them said today, we are a national, local, and regional coalition that we're calling to bring Mohammed Ibrahim home. So with us today is some of the members of the regional and the local coalition. Although, as Hibba mentioned, there are many national, international organizations, faith-based, civil rights, from the Quakers to Veterans for Peace, that have all joined in this call to bring him home, because he is a child and he needs to be with his parents. If you had a child and he was in prison and you were denied to see him for 6 months, you need to set that in. That is not democracy, that is not democratic values, and that is not what we here in the U.S. stand for, nor what Florida stands for. So we ask you all to demand that we bring Mohammed Ibrahim home, and now I'll pass it on to some of our local coalition members that is joining the call to bring him home. Thank you.
Part of the coalition members is Reverend Andy Oliver. Reverend.
Reverend Andy Oliver, pastor of Allendale United Methodist Church in St. Petersburg. I stand here today as a Christian pastor compelled by my faith to speak plainly. What is happening to Mohammed Ibrahim is a moral outrage. Mohammed is a child. He is a U.S. citizen from Florida. He is a 16-year-old boy taken from his home, held without charge, denied medical care, and wasting away before our eyes. The gospel tells us that when Jesus took a child into his arms, he said, "Whoever welcomes one such child in my name welcomes me." The U.S. government cannot claim to defend human rights while allowing one of its own children to be caged and starved abroad. Our different faith traditions know the story of a young boy once imprisoned by empire, Joseph, sold into captivity. And we know of Jesus himself arrested, tortured, and executed by the state. Our faith calls us to resist every power that cages, dehumanizes, and kills. And so today I join CARE and over 100 organizations in demanding, bring Mohammed home, release him now. And just to go off script a little bit and hearing your words, I am the father of a 16-year-old. The idea of being separated from him and in him being in these conditions absolutely breaks my heart. And so as a father and as a pastor, I cannot separate Mohammed's suffering from the suffering of an entire people. Palestinian liberation is a moral and spiritual and
abdicate their responsibility to the children of the world. And we also have to call attention to the fact that the occupation of Palestine is built on this kind of dehumanization. So if we want to get him home, and if we want to ensure that it never happens again, then we have to see a free Palestine within our lifetime. And we are committed to doing that. And I thank all of you, all of our allies here. Thank you.
Matt is here.
Okay. And Matt, we have Matt from the Tampa Democratic Socialists of America. Matt, if you would please speak and please spell your name and last name because it's not in the list.
Matthew Levine, last name is spelled Levine. I'm from the Tampa Democratic Socialists of America. DSA is a national organization with over 80,000 dues-paying members. Our biannual convention is the highest decision-making body that we have, and the one we had at the beginning of August, we voted to unequivocally affirm our commitment to Althawabit, the principles that were first set down by the Palestinian National Council in 1977 that include the right to return and the right to self-determination. The National Political Committee is the highest decision-making body of DSA in between conventions, and they just voted to join CARE's coalition to bring Mohammed home, and we're going to do everything that we can to make that happen. Just on a personal note, I am Jewish, and I also organize with the Progressive Jewish Coalition, and DSA has become the home for a lot of anti-Zionist Jews, and there are many anti-Zionist Jews around the world who are all organizing for a free Palestine. Yeah, we're just going to do everything that we can to bring Mohammed home. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ahmed Al-Kanawi, Partners for Palestine. Ahmed.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ahmed Al-Koni. On behalf of Partners for Palestine, Partners for Palestine is a multi-faith organization of Americans dedicated to equality, justice, and human rights. Our members from across Florida and beyond are deeply concerned about the imprisonment of Mohammed Ibrahim, a child, a fellow citizen, and in the conditions that violate international law. When a 15-year-old boy on vacation gets abducted from his family home at 3:30 in the morning by a militia of soldiers, stripped away from his mother and his father, under the accusation of throwing rocks. In any other country or otherwise, we would hope that our government would be outraged. Our leaders should jump to condemn this. This is an American citizen. This is a minor that was treated with such force. They have no due process, no access to his family. We hear no comments from our elected officials. We see no posts of condemnation. We see no action taken to protect our children. Mohammed is a child like any of our children, born in this country and entitled with rights and protections of our government, yet he has been left without protection in a foreign country for over 6 months now. His health and his life are in danger. I'll say that again, his health and his life are in danger. Our failure to defend and release him endangers all of us and all of our family members traveling abroad. The members of Partners for Palestine, including over 400 members throughout Florida, call on our elected officials to intervene and bring Mohammed home to his family and community today. We will not rest. We will not be silent until he is free. Thank you.
Good. For the last speaker will be Liali Shalabi, the Resistance of Tampa Bay, RTV, please. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Liali Shalabi, community organizer, journalist, and family friend of Mohammed Ibrahim. Imagine your child, just 15 years old, asleep in his bed when soldiers storm in at 3 a.m. They blindfold him, tie his hands, and rip him from your arms. This is what happened to Mohammed Ibrahim, a U.S. citizen from Florida. He turned 16 in a cell in Israel. Something no parent would ever want their child's 16th birthday to look like. He is sick with scabies, starved of food, and denied medicine. He has lost over 25 pounds, losing his childhood, losing his life. For 6 months, his mother has not heard him say mama. His father has not heard him say baba. Can you imagine that silence? Can you imagine it being your child? And as Mohammed suffers, his family is already grieving another loss. His cousin, Palestinian American Saifullah Musalat, who was beaten to death by Israeli settlers just last month. 1 family, 2 American children, 1 buried, 1 imprisoned. Mohammed is an American child, and tonight, his life hangs by a thread. We are pleading with the U.S. government, bring him home, protect him, protect all of our children, because no parent should ever have to bury their child because their country chose silence. If Mohammed were your son, you would have moved heaven and earth to bring him home. Sympathize with us. We are pleading to the U.S. government again. His health and his life are in danger. Thank you.
2 young men, same family, same community, crushed by the same systemic violence that the Israeli occupation brings. We cannot stay silent. We cannot stay silent as an American child is being tortured in a prison, whomever prison it is, Israeli, Russian, Korean. We cannot stay silent. We are opening for a section of a Q&A. If any one of you have a question, please.
Sure. I know that this letter was just written today, but have you received any type of response yet from Rubio's office?
Yep.
No response yet from Secretary of State Rubio's office, but we are pushing and will be following up to request a response.
Is it correct, Mike Herodopoulos is his congressman in his district, his family's district? Has he made any comments or anything about this issue?
The family has reached out to Mike Herodopoulos' office, but we have not heard of any action as of yet, but we are still hopeful. There is still time for him to speak up and request for him to be released, so we are still asking for Representative Herodopoulos to take that stance and to use his political influence to ask for his release.
Can you guys confirm if the family's from Palm Bay?
Yeah, would you ask?
To follow up the first question, I personally contacted Mike Herodopoulos' office in the last 6 months, at least 4 times by email, 3 times by phone call, and filled out the requested forms and got them signed back and returned. Yes, they're from Palm Bay. They've been there for a long time. His oldest brother and uncles live right down the street here in Tampa and in Wesley Chapel. And we also reached out to Kathy Castor, not just Herodopoulos.
Yes.
My question is for Matt. If Matt can take
questions. Yes. Matt, please come here. Come here.
Tom DeGeorge was recently asked by me, actually, about what he thought of the drone factory that was built and opened just a couple months ago. It's an Israeli drone factory. And in response, he called what's happening in Gaza a genocide. He's running for Tampa City Council, District 5 in the special election. To my knowledge, he's the only one of the 14 candidates who's called what's happening in Gaza a genocide. Will Tampa DSA be endorsing Tom DeGeorge?
Can I answer that, please? I'm sorry to, I just want to pivot back. The press conference is, we really want to focus on Mohammed Ibrahim and his situation, so if we can just keep all questions relevant to Mohammed Ibrahim and trying to bring him home. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And for the media, all of the people present are available for one-on-ones if you want afterwards. Any other question?
Do you have an estimate, or do you know how many children are being detained by Israelis?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there.
Okay, go ahead.
There are over 300 children. I think the last I checked, it was 323 children who are being detained by Israelis in Israeli prisons currently. Of course, most of whom are Palestinian. And so this situation goes beyond Mohammed Ibrahim. The situation is about the rights of children, and it is, when we say it's illegal, it's a violation of the 4th Geneva Conventions, which states that you cannot detain somebody from an occupied territory and then cross them into the occupied powers, borders, and put them in prison there. So that's the situation. Most of these children are being held not just as a violation of international law because of their minor status, but also because of the way that they're being transported over into Israeli territory and being held there.
And just for clarification, is Mohammed your nephew or cousin?
Nephew. Mohammed's my nephew.
Any other question? Thank you for your attendance.
I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if, I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time, and we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. These things are, you know, all these numbers up here, they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job, but it was a horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you can possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. the whole world was robbing us blind, friend and foe. They were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is, but we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, I mean, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And, just think of that. And no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have, like, this soundbite. You know, they have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death. It's not. We strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. And we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that. But waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. Like, it was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. They said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. But a lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, Trump was right. They'd never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. This is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's a number that nobody ever heard of before. But $4 trillion is exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening, because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number, and the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very good challenge, I can tell you. She's put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything, all put together in one. This is why when I show you a picture like that, I show you this. This is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan, and you have many of them being built right now all over the country, or soon to start. Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody can do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to AI.gov to learn more, AI.gov to learn more. And you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge. It involves AI, which is very exciting to people. So I want to thank her, raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the America worker first. And, you know, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, no, don't let him do this to you. Don't let, it's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3. Like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing basketball with the women. You know, it's just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap. Don't do it. And then I saw this poor, stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois. This poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family. But he was no good. They threw him out. He's governor of Illinois. And he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard. We've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? Mm-hmm. He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something. And I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television and says, oh, Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. And a lot of people have been, so the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close. In California, you would have not had the Olympics had I not sent in the troops. We sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term. And I was really sad because I said, oh, boy, I got them, and I won't be president. and little things happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. Little things happen. Think of it. You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you, he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy, too, great commissioner. But he's the head of the World Cup. He said, Trump is the only reason we're doing this. And the sad part is that I was not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited to the game, depending on who's president, right? And I got that. I did not get 250, okay? The 250th anniversary, I did not get. I'd like to claim it, if I might, but I did get that. That was whether I was president or not, it was still 250. I'd like to take credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff. That I'll take care of. We're going to have a safer place, Christy, because of you and Tom Homan and everybody, right? But, so we have 250 coming up. We have the World Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls. And we have the Olympics coming up. So we're going to have a very exciting 3.5 years remaining. We're going to have a very exciting, it's going to be done properly. So I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape. Our military is strong and powerful and respected. We had some fantastic decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for the job, as opposed to some woke reason that was killing our country. That was a very strong, very powerful. You can now go into a company based on your ability, as opposed to being forced in based on some factor that cannot make our country great. That was a big decision, very, very big decision. And we've had a lot of great decisions, and we've all made some great decisions sitting around this table. I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard. And Vice President's involved in everything, and he's been great. And Marco has been, really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think you should ever run for another office. I don't think you should, really. You're so good at this. He is so good. And everybody likes him, everybody likes him. But everybody, much more importantly than I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all. Very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you, and you did refuse to give it, which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? But you refused, but I understand that. So, and then he hit you real hard.
Yes.
It's really amazing that you weren't shot. That was.
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day, but also to Mr. President. Thank you for now making D.C. safer.
Thank you very much.
For us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
And there are other reporters and journalists, good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently, and not violently too, pretty badly. But and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't. I told my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C. and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out 5 times. It was 4 times the last time I told. Now it's 5 times. He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It does make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And those are tough troops, too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women. But we have tough people, and when you look at them, I tell you, they showed one scene where a bunch of Tren de Aragua guys or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me, they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC maybe is worse than Tren de Aragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang. I think it was Tren de Aragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long, and they're calling these soldiers. That's what they are. They're real soldiers. There's no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, where the soldiers standing like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good that this will be the safest capital there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere. And right now it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation. And they have to stop issuing false crime numbers because, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job, I wish she were a horrible person who did her job. But she's probably nice, I guess. I don't care. I want her to do her job. But they issue false numbers. She said, crime is down, before we got, now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they did is they issued numbers. It's the best in 30 years. Not the best. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers. And then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation because it's a very important thing, Pam. If they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false feeling that you get crime. You have to do something about it. You can't go around saying, "Oh, Washington D.C. safe," if it's not. It's going to be very safe very soon. It's very safe right now. You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves. But it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, You can be the strongest guy in the world. Guy has a gun, shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you worked. And so we have the toughest guys and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another candidate for president. Between him and Newsom, you got some real beauties, I'll tell you. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion. You wouldn't have the Olympics. We went in, and the sheriff, the boss, said, thank God they're here. You could see his tape. He said, we were not able to control what was happening. That was the sheriff. And he said it loud and clear. And they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said on the first or second night, he said, we could have never him. That was going to be, you were not going to have the Olympics or the World Cup because that would be, there wouldn't be anything left. They shouldn't have lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest. And I was after them in my first administration, turn on the water, turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean, trying to protect a certain little fish that's not doing well because it doesn't do well without water either. And it shouldn't be protected because it shouldn't be a protected species. But I think that's actually just an excuse. I actually think these people are sick. There's something wrong. So we send hundreds of millions of gallons of water a day into the Pacific Ocean. They turn a valve, and the valve heads out, and we turn the valve back. I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back, and now they have water, but not as much as they should have, because they should. And I'm telling Gavin Newsom by this conversation right now, turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this and that. They're smart, but they're radical left people. And they can't help it. They're very smart, but they're radical left, and they're destroying our country. But they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying. And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut because people go to Europe to buy drugs and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs, because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. I mean, you could ask I get along good with all of them. But I said, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world. And I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. They had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point, and he threw up his hands. He says, "You're right. I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20% the cost of what we're paying, where we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money." He said, "It's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore." I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice because they were saying, well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean, I heard this stuff and I finally said, it's over. Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug companies to do it, and they'll do it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies too. So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that, not 2%. And I'll just tell this last story. When I was in my first term, in my last year, I was so proud of myself because drug prices went down for the first time in 28 years under my administration. You know how much it went down? 1/4%. And I was so proud of that. And I held a news conference, I think you'll be able to find it, congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went down 1/4%. That isn't tiny, but it still went down. And I thought it was great. And then I realized, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. They're smart. Don't let them get away with it, Howard.
Well, the combination of Bobby's MFN and the 232 pharmaceuticals, which we launched together, when you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting Bobby as he executes his plan.
Good. Right?
Yes. And we were This cabinet meeting is supposed to be about working Americans and bringing jobs back to this country, and particularly rural America. And I want to mention the big, beautiful bill. Right now, we spend 7% of Medicaid dollars on rural hospitals. So they're getting the short end of the stick. It's about $19 billion a year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash to rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion in history, and it's going to restore and revitalize those communities. And we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back. You are bringing those communities back. I wanted to talk, because you mentioned the wind farms, we now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team, which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lubnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee. We're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them
They're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it was dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the cost of energy from these projects is 39 cents a kilowatt hour. The average cost in this country is 17 cents per kilowatt hour.
And natural gas is 3 cents.
Right. So it is the most expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing, Mr. President, because their fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fisheries just disappear. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. So they're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population, the big whales, the minkies, the gray whale, or the humpback whales, the right whales. And you are going to save the whales on the East Coast because of this. And you're going to save these economies that are based upon commercial fishing. I'll say one other thing about fishing. We are now, the South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp on our country. The shrimp is heavily contaminated. We just stopped a shipment that was contaminated with cesium-157, which is radioactive. They're farming these shrimps, and they use bactericides and antibiotics and all kinds of chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated that the European nations won't take them, so they're dumping them all here, and they're putting out of business. We have the most sustainable, highly regulated fishery in the world. What our fishermen do is a good thing. And all the trawlers in the Gulf and Alaska are being shut down because we're getting shrimp dumped here. So we have now increased FDA inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not buying and eating contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business. I talked just very briefly, we have an historic agreement on pre-authorization. We brought together 80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed to, for 80% of diseases and injuries, give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with personal health records. The 60 biggest tech companies in our country have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time access to their personal data, which they own. which these companies have been monetizing without permission. You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records on your cell phone. It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought at HHS, under your leadership and my leadership, more enforcement actions than during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. Right. So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools. And the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets. And the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We're going to change that. So if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Pete and Bobby Challenge. I want to give an update. Pete got, or I got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it within 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Pete beat me. I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes and 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner.
You beat me.
You got 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 administer, which President Trump did with Bryce and DeChambeau, so he's the only one exempt in this room.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other countries, but mostly our country. How are you doing on that?
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as promised in September. We're finding certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism. And we're going to be able to address those in September.
It's such a big day. I'm looking forward to that day because there's something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
Well, in 1970, the biggest epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of 0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys.
Think of those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug or something. And I know you're looking very strongly at different things, and I hope you can come out with that as soon as possible.
We will.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34 or 12 if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12. That's for a boy.
1 in every 12.5 boys.
It's not even believable that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think there's nothing, including favored nations and everything else, there's nothing that can be, if you can find out the reason that that's happening, and I know we're gonna do some things. I think we maybe know the reason, and I look forward to that press conference, to be with you on that press conference. That's going to be a great thing. Thank you, Bob. You're doing a great job. Linda, how about it? And we want nothing less than $500 million from Harvard. Don't negotiate, Linda. They've been very bad. Don't negotiate. Go ahead.
All that's working well. Mr. President, thank you very much. Since we are focusing today on Labor Day, and I know that Kelly and Lori are both going to echo some of the things that I'll say as well. We are really focusing, on our workforce. But what I'm finding with great joy around the country is that states really are being innovative and working more with middle schools and with high schools to make sure that we are having hands-on learning. There are pathways to jobs that are happening now. And if we see more and more of our community colleges working with our middle schools and our high schools so that high school students are graduating not only with a diploma, but a certificate that they have worked with, perhaps with a Toyota or another company that is coming in, public-private partnerships. And they're learning on the job so that when they graduate from high school, they're ready to go into the workforce, because we know with all of these wonderful jobs that are coming back into the country through AI, through just our normal jobs, we need electricians, HVAC operators, etc. If we don't have this training, we're not going to have the workforce we need for all these wonderful jobs. So governors are really excited about this prospect. I've been now to several states and visited community colleges and tech schools with governors, and they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to the job market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education back to the states, to put it in a more simple fashion. We're going to let the states educate our children again. And, we're rated out of 40 countries, we're 38, 39, or 40. So obviously, it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. And if you go back, the best are like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, some of the other, Finland, they're very highly rated. If you go back to just take a look at anything you want to do, you just look at us in the past. If we gave Iowa or gave Indiana or gave, and I don't say every one of them, a guy like Gavin Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't do well. But even California, you cut it up into you're doing some pretty good work in terms of getting them to treat people fairly.
Well, interestingly enough, since we've been negotiating with some of the Ivy League schools, I have presidents of universities calling every single week. They want to sit down and talk to us about all of
Sure.
the steps that they are taking, because they would like to not come under the same investigative program, and so it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
So if you fire a shot across the bow, and the big guys, people kind of step in line and know you mean business, and we have teeth in these agreements, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing there.
Well, they misbehaved, and some of these schools are getting billions and billions of dollars, and they misbehave. So that's it. And so one way or the other, we're going to win that whole thing. It's going to straighten them out. Okay? Thank you. Great job. Lee, please.
Mr. President, the Trump EPA has a special Labor Day message to America's workforce, especially our auto workers, our coal miners, our steam fitters, our pipe fitters, and the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, the choice was made to protect the environment. We would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that the EPA operated for years. There was a binary choice. We had to choose one or the other. The Trump EPA completely rejects that. See, we choose to protect the environment and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt and his team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced a proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding, all of the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle regulations that followed. It is the single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States government. And when you add up the dozens of different actions that we have announced and that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal governments have done across all agencies, across entire presidencies. And what we are accomplishing would not be possible if not for the support of the rest of this team you've assembled around this table. The well-oiled, well-wired machine at the White House, led by Susie Wiles, and the DCOSP, the policy shop, led by Stephen Miller, they have been amazing to work with. I was just in Iowa with Administrator Loeffler, who made an announcement with Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement on diesel exhaust fluid systems. Mr. President, you said you wanted water flowing faster. Working with the Secretary of Energy, we've done our part to do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that annoying start-stop feature in vehicles. See, people out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things? If it's little to you, it doesn't mean that it's not a very big deal for millions of other Americans. The charge was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do this job. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Unleash energy dominance. Advance cooperative federalism, permitting reform, make America the AI capital of the world, bring back American auto jobs. What we are accomplishing now, again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership. I'm grateful to the American people for electing you and our amazing Vice President. I was just in Mexico City announcing and signing on behalf of the Trump administration an agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Johnson. The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories started. The list, it's amazing. Somebody out there might not realize the relationship between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Defense. The amount of work with Secretary Hegseth and the Army Corps, from responding to the LA wildfires, to getting more water flowing in California, which is also something that Secretary Burgum is involved with, to helping the farmers, the ranchers and landowners to revise the waters of the United States definition so they don't have to go hire an attorney or a consultant to tell them whether or not a water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there, and as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor and the governor still haven't gotten them their approvals. And they're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build their house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing. And you have a governor who is just such a bad governor. And the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far. And yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which the initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal. The federal government, in clearing over 13,000 properties that were destroyed because of these wildfires. We've got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, well, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
And they're talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before. These people don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permits. Everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been. I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site, and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of this site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just build right then. And the city won't let them do it. Los Angeles, I don't think it's that they won't. I think they're incompetent, okay, to be honest with you. I think they just don't know how to go about it. It is so badly run by Newsom and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage, and she decided to take a trip to Africa. These people are they're just bad. You know, you talk about make America great again. They could never make America great again, but we are doing that. Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi. She's becoming a bigger and bigger star every day. She found a lot of good things. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As we approach Labor Day weekend here, this is just such a great opportunity really to recognize your leadership as a true champion for working people. And I know we'll hear, as we go around the table here, how your focus singularly on putting the well-being and interests of the American people first is that common thread that we're seeing in your policies being implemented across your administration. For ODNI, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community is focused on our mission, keeping the American people safe, secure, and free. We're doing great work on this front. I'll point out our National Counterterrorism Center, led by Director Joe Kent, are working across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country. They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads. Transparency, telling the truth, is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million a year. We will continue focusing on our core mission in keeping the American people safe, and appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that information collected. But you're right, we are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices, in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of four is going to save about $10,000 take-home pay more a year. And what we're seeing is an increase in the child tax credit, the increase in the standard deduction. Hardworking families are going to benefit from this bill, and small businesses. To me, it happened to thousands and thousands of Americans, and unfortunately disproportionately on those that had conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses, And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. We have a network of 5,000 banks. So we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today, the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country. And I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, of criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5 Americans have jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors that said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable to taxpayer dollars, but sort of focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Well, great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, 0.
Incredible.
That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody. And Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chris. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noam, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream, to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data. We can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with the plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system? We were going to hand that leadership to China in artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are seeing a revitalization of those people, of that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas, dozens of those under construction, just in artificial intelligence. But the reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors. Like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal elites that live away from where stuff's actually made, they just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table for bringing the American dream back.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, very much. Great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament, again, that we are all working together every single day. We talk to each other often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer, until I heard you today, the one big beautiful bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed this legislation. It probably will be the single most important bill that they did sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and child care and reduction in taxes, that they can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I am at the Department of Labor announcing $30 million in grants for our skilled workforce, that I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an MOU with Administrator Loeffler. That's important to share the data points on how important this is. In June, we awarded nearly $84 million in grants for the capacity of what? Registered apprenticeships. An executive order to have 1 million active apprentices across this nation, where we've already registered 185,000 since in the last few months. One of the other things that we have done is the Biden administration's guidance on cryptocurrency. And thanks to you and your leadership on that, we've rolled that back. And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the investors in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through. Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President Lee today as we move through the shipbuilding. We will do that in Philly, and then I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another $1 billion investment per your executive order on advanced manufacturing. So it is working. Everything that you have been saying since you were elected and since we all can put into play has been working. Ohio, McDonald's is investing 375,000 new jobs. The shrimpers, I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American fishermen and shrimpers. In Minnesota, I toured Cambria. When we're talking about quartz countertops, all made in America. And again, in Oregon, where we are expecting a crackdown. Thank you for what you are doing with your agents on ICE, and thank you for the prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon, and crack down. But while there are still good people, I was able to visit Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry. So we still want to focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off, and Republicans will own Labor Day again, not Democrats. We will own it because we are, and you are the president of the American worker. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly, and you've really turned out to be a gem. Thank you.
Have to stop that, and that's what you've been doing not only in DC but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know, don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It could be laced with something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses. And when you were here in D.C., we showed you pictures of some of the drugs that had been seized right here in D.C. President, they were packaged for children. Packaged for children. And people are dying from these around our country. So thank you, President Trump, for your leadership and for letting Americans know that it's now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college kids have to know, to be vigilant and not take this trash. Because you could be thinking you're taking a Xanax, an Adderall, anything, and it could be laced with something very lethal. So thank you, President
Great
Trump.
message,
Thank
and
you,
you've been
President Trump.
fantastic this last 12 days in D.C. The job you and your whole group has done is,
All of us.
everyone's talking about it all over the world. I hate to have to talk about that, but we have to. It's becoming a very safe place again, and the work, I've seen how hard you worked the last, well, from the beginning in all fairness, but this focus on D.C. is so important for the country, so great job.
Thank
And to
you.
everybody.
And
Great job.
President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand, side by side, all of our agencies together to make America safe and D.C. safe. And Iris, congratulations on your baby, and I'm so glad that you're safe now.
Thank you, Pam, very much. Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion. You heard, I think, Christy talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign-born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. You heard Pam talk about the public safety and the success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we can deliver to American workers is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the inflation mess that we inherited under the Biden administration. Maybe the most striking and even shocking statistic of the Biden administration is that housing costs have gone up by 100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made great strides and great progress already. But to the American people who are listening, there's a lot more to do. We're going to keep on working hard at it, but it's an honor to do this job under the president's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do, and we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you, Jimmy. Scott?
Good. Sir, as we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government, a topic that is on the front of everyone's mind, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve's independence comes from a political arrangement between itself and the American public. Having the public's trust is the only thing that gives it credibility, and you, sir, are restoring trust to government. You are weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and the old ways of doing things are not good enough. We are seeing a blue-collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue-collar wages have taken off. And the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term. Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3% last quarter. The blue-collar boom coincides with a CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to see, I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again. Treasury is helping to implement these new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants to discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax on tips. And I have to tell you, thanks to you, when I go into a restaurant or stop by a hotel doorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to workers who receive substantial amount of tip income. So I'll hear directly from them how your one big beautiful bill is increasing their take-home pay and making a big difference. Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastised me for saying that it's not, that number is too low. And as usual, you're right, that we had a substantial jump from July to August. And I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be $4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. $4 trillion. 3.3 trillion of tariff income, 700 billion of lower interest cost, and I would expect that number could go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration. And it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott. Brooke?
Sir, I dropped my second son off at college last week. And I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I wanted to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love. There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it, that why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day. Perhaps of any day of the entire year, this is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the ranchers, the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution. 1776 was the first one. 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. This is the third, with Donald Trump leading the way. And we are saving America. And the idea that we are putting the worker, the very central component of the American dream, at the center of it, is the reason that it is so. So at USDA, it continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original American worker, whom I think the farmer is, and what they represent. And as we are building new systems and new structures, as we have this year going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others, what this team has done and is doing to open up those markets to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy representing healthcare, Linda McMahon education, Lee Zeldin deregulation, Kelly Loeffler small business, Lori Chavez Terimmer labor, and Scotty Turner housing. And how you leading the way in your vision, how that will return the golden age to rural America, to the very fabric of our country. And whether it's better hospitals, better education, more opportunity, less government, better and bigger small businesses, better opportunities for our workers, and better housing, and of course the agriculture piece of that, through the big, beautiful bill, the bill, what it did, the greatest investment in rural America in history. And now the opportunity to effectuate that is, again, a game changer, a country saver, and what a joy to be able to do it under your leadership. So thank you, sir.
Really good. Thank you. Beautifully stated. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so grateful to be here to celebrate Labor Day with the greatest team in America. And it is football season, so I'm happy about that. But, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for, as Brooke said, reclaiming Labor Day. And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hard-working family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. Mm-hmm. And as everybody knows, you know, my job
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you straight into a meeting going on right now in Orlando. This is the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, and that's a live look at Orange County Comptroller, I should say, Phil Diamond, who is the county's top accountant, and they recently conducted an audit on Visit Orlando. And this was the annual presentation, the annual update from Visit Orlando going on during this meeting. And obviously a big topic of conversation is this recent audit that questioned some of the spending and the management of money from that organization of Visit Orlando. And in fact, they say that Visit Orlando misclassified some public money as private donations and used it for things they shouldn't have. Some conversation now. We have heard presentations from Visit Orlando, from the comptroller's office, and now we're seeing some back and forth between commissioners and the comptroller's office and Visit Orlando as the commissioners have the chance to ask some questions about these findings and where things go from here as they look to renew their contract with that tourism agency. So let's go ahead and listen in as this conversation continues. This is Commissioner Wilson who is speaking right now.
To define when it's a building, right? You know, it's LEED certified. You can put that on a piece, or if it's a flight, there's a certain amount of carbon credits that you can say you're offsetting, what have you. But I would just be fearful of taking what we have as facts and then doing that conclusory piece, like this is promotion, this isn't, unless we have a really good way of saying what is and isn't. And that's my only point and my only question. I want to make sure that I can confidently say that if we are zoning in on something that may not be a promotion, that we're not kneecapping a really great sustainability effort, right? Like that would be really contradictory to our goals here as a county in our own SORAP, which is something we established our under the hood sustainability goals. So that was just sort of what I wanted to flesh out a little bit.
And we're happy to meet with you at any time to discuss this audit or any other.
Well, no, and I know you all are so good. You provide me more information than I can get through in a day, and I think it's so valuable to have, like I said, to have that information. And I do agree that I think there's a lot of great opportunity to continue to work through the recommendations. I'm grateful for the work that's already started and the opportunity to discuss it here. I think transparency is everything, and I do think that disclosing and having the more opportunities for that does get us to a point of trust and confidence. So thank you.
One other thing I wanted to add on that is, you know, there's a lot of things that could bring people, you know, more tourists here. We could say, okay, if we had more roads and there was less traffic, would that bring more people here? But
you were literally making the argument I make every year.
But can we
have
use
trains? We would have lots of people here. Yeah, but I think to the point of trying to get at the very specific role that an agency like Visit Orlando has, right, and what their obligation is. I agree with you. You're making the point we try to make when we do put in our legislative request, which is that flexibility for things like transportation. But I wouldn't impose that on Visit Orlando, and it's certainly not part of their contracts. That's what I worry about. And so the promotional piece and what that looks like as a non-marketing person, I continue to try to explore and learn more about, and this opened up my eyes to sort of those thoughts and the way it was analyzed.
Okay, I think we're going to move forward. Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Simrad, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you for the conversation today. I know it's very important for us as the board to show that we have competent oversight of this agency that has been so successful in keeping Orlando and all of our businesses at the forefront in tourism, really, in the world. So I appreciate that. I guess I could go along with, you know, increase oversight. Visit Orlando require periodic revenue reconciliations with our staff. I would prefer to have our staff making a lot of these decisions. Some of these are very detailed and subjective to me, and so I think it's important that we don't overdo our observation and our accountability and let staff delve in, because we've been here for hours, and now this board is getting into is a party a legit expense or is it not? I really think the contract, that those decisions should be made with our attorneys and our staff. So I would love to see Lisa's Needs Department, maybe perhaps spending more time with them so that we don't have to take up a lot of time. I'm worried that because politically we have a lot of differences of opinion on how TDT dollars have been spent, that we don't fall into that today. Because today to me is about what happened with the audit, what are we doing with the contract, and I'd like to keep that there and engage in the decisions with the legislature next session in that way, and not conflate the two issues. So I support having more oversight by our staff so they can get into those details. I appreciate your work, but it's always difficult to not be subjective because we have an opinion of how TDT dollars should be spent. And so that would be the one recommendation I would support, of having our staff go over these details and making more of those determinations and then report back to the board in a way that won't take up 4 hours, because we've got other really important business to do as well today. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So we are on target that over the last decade, we will give nearly $1 billion in tourist development tax funds to be entrusted with Visit Orlando. And we know that these are, our public funds, and that we have a legal and moral responsibility to protect those funds. The interesting thing today is that I agreed with every single public speaker. For the protection of our industry and for the protection of our local economy, Visit Orlando absolutely has a purpose, and nobody here thinks that it doesn't. The question becomes is it a $115 million purpose? And so when you hear the good things that Visit Orlando does and how it gives back to the community, but you also hear, 25% of the public saying, hey, we need some additional help with our community, and we want to see diversification of that. I think that there's a common ground between industry and the public on both sides of those debates, with considering doing things like, let's raise the tax together. Let's advocate for something like that. And if we can't advocate for something like that, then we really got to learn to share and diversify the tax, because the community is struggling in ways that we have never, ever struggled with trying to pay for local services. So I agree with all of the speakers today. And I absolutely applaud Visit Orlando for all of the things that you have accomplished and the benefits that you have given to our community. I support Senator Smith's legislation. I like the idea of following the Visit Florida model, where it's matching contributions from public and private sector. I believe that that's fair. I also believe that it represents something that Governor DeSantis said this past July. He said we need to learn to figure out how to tax those that don't live amongst us, implying tourists, because he's talking about property tax reform. And we have to begin to look at models like the TDT model that's more than a half a century year old, and clearly say this model was built for the needs of a different day. And today, together, we face new and different needs. That model needs reform, or we need to work together to get a new tax to help fund community projects that benefit the quality of life of locals, as well as benefit the businesses. So I do have some questions, and I want to applaud, County Administrator Brooks and your team. Please, thank you.
Commissioner Kelly Simrad being there and asking some questions, kind of putting into a broader conversation as well, not just the audit and some of the spending, but also bigger picture questions about tourist development tax money and paying for things at the local level. So interesting conversations going on right now inside the Board of County Commissioners meeting in Orange County. That's not the only thing we are watching for in that commission meeting. There is going to be a public hearing later today on automated school zone speed enforcement, specifically speed detection systems and cameras that could be going up in school zones, and what that might look like when it comes to partnering with the sheriff's office. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, and for that we go to Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Today we're going to start in St. Petersburg, where former USF football coach Jim Leavitt was arrested last night. Now, Leavitt is accused of striking his former live-in girlfriend and stealing a Louis Vuitton purse, a clutch, and a wallet that's worth between $5,000 and $10,000. Now, all this happened around 7 o'clock last night at the Ibis Walk Apartments. Now, Leavitt is also accused of striking and pushing another man last night, and that person actually shoved him back in the stomach. It is unclear right now who that man was. Now, Leavitt was the first coach of the USF Bulls, and he was hired in 1996. Now, that year, the Bulls played a practice-only season. Over 13 seasons, he compiled a program-best 95-57 record while leading the Bulls to a number 2 national ranking in 2007 and 5 straight bowl games, winning 3. Leavitt was fired in 2010, however, after a school investigation found that he grabbed a player by the throat, slapped him in the face, and then lied about it. Leavitt was inducted into the USF Athletic Hall of Fame class of 2005. Now that 2025, that 2025 class is set to be officially inducted on October 2nd, and as of right now, there is no word on whether this arrest will have an impact on that Hall of Fame induction. Garrett?
Certainly something to watch there, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch. Again, he is accused of striking his ex-girlfriend and stealing Louis Vuitton merchandise. He's accused of stealing a purse, a clutch, as well as a wallet, and those items are totaling between $5,000 and $10,000. We don't know what the situation was, what happened. She did used to live with him, but it doesn't look like she was living with him at the time, so it's unclear why those two were even in the same area together. So it's definitely something to watch.
All right, second story today, and Governor DeSantis in Tampa today, talking about giving some updates on some projects there.
Yes, that's right. Governor DeSantis was in Tampa. He was at the Tampa International Airport along with Florida Department of Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue. And the pair announced today that demolition on the oldest span of the Howard Franklin Bridge has officially begun. That's part of an $865 million bridge replacement project that began in 2020. Now, those changes include shifting the northbound I-275 traffic from the old bridge, which was built around 1960, to the 1990 span of the Howard Franklin Bridge. Southbound traffic now uses the new span of the bridge, which opened earlier this year. The project also includes a shared use path and express lane on the new Howard Franklin Bridge, which FDOT says should be ready by next spring. They also announced that construction is underway on a major widening of I-275 from 38th Avenue North to 4th Street North in Pinellas County. The $354 million project includes 2 new express lanes, 1 in each direction, along with an additional express lane from Gandy Boulevard to 4th Street North. State officials say the expanded interstate could reduce travel delays by up to 85% and bring a regional economic impact of around $1.42 billion. The governor said Tuesday that much of the progress that has been made on these projects comes from funding through the state's Moving Florida Forward program, which launched in late 2022. Since then, the Florida legislature has contributed about $7 billion from state reserves to speed up a total of 20 major infrastructure projects statewide. Garrett?
Hey, anything to help with some of that traffic congestion in the area, I would say.
Yes, anything that would help congestion is definitely welcome, especially anything that helps traffic congestion during rush hour. We definitely need it here in the Bay Area, and it's good to see that this Howard Franklin Bridge project is moving forward, and hopefully by 2026, by next spring, we'll be able to see some of those major changes.
Yeah, cross those fingers. Finally, Nancy, this is a fun story and a very interesting one of a discovery by a Hernando County man.
Yes, this has been getting a lot of attention for us online. A Hernando County man said he and his grandsons found what they believe to be a boat that wrecked more than 150 years ago beneath the waters of Arapica. Thomas Peters said that they found boards during low tide, and his grandson, he thought that maybe these boards were part of a dock, but he thinks it was part of a ship that was a rum runner that hauled liquor and possibly did that in a bottle made from a piece of glass that he found. Now, although Peterson doesn't believe that a hidden treasure was ever on board that boat, he does cherish that he found a piece of history with his grandson by his side. Archaeologists are now going to come in to verify the vessel's origin, and the state will decide what to do with it. Now, whether or not they pull that vessel out of the water, Peterson says that this is something that will always be a treasure. Garrett?
That is quite a find, and it's going to be really interesting to see what comes from, kind of archaeologists surveying that area and checking it out.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a find, and I can certainly see, looking at the images that are on your screen right now, why his grandson would have thought that this possibly could have been a dock of some sorts. So it'll definitely be interesting when these archaeologists look more into it and determine whether it was in fact a ship that may have wrecked over 150 years ago, or if it may be a dock, or maybe it's something else. But it's definitely something to keep our eye on, and something that's very exciting. And I'm sure this was very special for Peterson to have found this along with his grandson.
Yeah, pretty cool discovery there. Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We are continuing to track the fallout from that deadly crash on the Florida Turnpike in St. Lucie County, and the driver, an illegal immigrant who is now facing charges in connection with that crash that killed 3 people. Today in Tampa, Governor Ron DeSantis was asked why Singh was not arrested at the scene of that crash and how he was able to flee back to California, where he had his commercial driver's license. We know that the state had to end up initiating extradition procedures to get him back here to Florida. Here was Governor DeSantis as he discussed that after being asked about why he wasn't arrested.
The witnesses were dead. So you had 3 witnesses that were dead, killed in the crash. You have Singh and then his passenger, neither of whom spoke English. So you have a crash scene. It wasn't obvious to the troopers at the time that there was a criminal offense that had been committed. And so they obviously had to clear the road to make sure everyone was in. But they understood this guy. They had his information. They did what was right. They conducted an investigation. They got the video. And then clearly it was a situation where there was probable cause that a crime had been committed. We were able to do the extradition, and it was fine. But if you had someone that had survived, then you may have been able to get probable cause at the scene. As it is, the witnesses were dead, and so the troopers had to rely on getting the video, which obviously wasn't apparent. Now, we did do an announcement. The Attorney General did an announcement in Bay County. They were able to nab some folks. We are looking at, with these weigh stations, to be able. Now, it's tricky because we as a state don't have access to the immigration information, right? So if DHS gave it to us, if it's California license, we don't recognize California licenses granted to illegal aliens. If you could do a spot check, we'll absolutely do that. I think what they're at least able to do, though, is ensure that the drivers coming through are able to read and understand English, because this guy couldn't speak English. And you guys have all seen these roads where you'll go, these are busy highways, and there'll be little gaps in them, for official use only or this or that. It is not meant for motorists to just do a U-turn. It is certainly not meant for a semi-truck to do an abrupt U-turn. And so I don't think he knew what was going on. It was reckless disregard for the safety of other people. And he tries to do this abrupt U-turn, and that other car didn't have a chance. That other car didn't have a chance. So, and I know the Attorney General is asking the Trump administration to consider pausing CDL programs in California and Washington State, because first of all, you're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not in this country legally. You're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not capable of understanding traffic signs and have an ability to communicate, and yet they seem to do that without much pushback. That creates dangers for other people. Obviously, I blame. California's a sanctuary state. Their problems spill over to the rest of the country, as we're seeing. This guy came illegally, and he went to California, and he went to sanctuary jurisdictions. So that's just what happens. So yes, that's a huge problem. The company is at fault here too, because if you're running a company like this, you should know whether your drivers are capable of handling a vehicle of that magnitude. That is, if somebody's not able to do it, you're putting a lot of people's lives in jeopardy. The federal government took away the license, the business license from that company. I mean, obviously, there's probably going to be additional stuff that happens there, but certainly, I think we're looking at: are there any ability for us to hold the company accountable at the state level in addition to the federal level? Because I think that you need to do it. But this driver, he made the decision to get behind the wheel of that thing, knowing that he was not able to fully understand his surroundings and fully understand what was on the road. And that created a massive hazard, and it resulted in the death of 3 people. I was asked the other day, like, oh, there's a bunch of people like in foreign countries that are signing a thing to say basically, go lenient on him, like he didn't intend to kill these folks. Well, I was like, well, he intended to get behind the wheel knowing that he didn't have the full capacity to be able to handle that vehicle. He was driving it around knowing that he was not well situated to do that. He attempted a very reckless U-turn with a massive truck, knowing how very dangerous that is. So the notion that somehow this guy wasn't really at fault, that he was kind of, they almost portraying him as like a victim of what happened here. I don't buy that. This guy knew what he was doing. And, did he intend to do a clean U-turn and not run into anybody or have anyone run into him? Yeah, that was probably the intent, but the reality is it was a reckless disregard for the safety of others to do what he did. And, it's an avoidable tragedy is what it is.
An avoidable tragedy, so says Governor DeSantis. We also saw updates on this at the federal level today when the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, announced formal action against 3 states for failing to enforce those federal English language proficiency requirements that you heard the governor talk about for commercial motor vehicle drivers. So there are certain requirements that have gone into effect, and the U.S. Department of Transportation says California, Washington, and New Mexico are not meeting those. We do know Harjinder Singh had a commercial driver's license out of California, and also interactions with those 2 other states that are now given 30 days to meet compliance when it comes to these English language requirements for CDL drivers. This is Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy earlier today.
It was in May that DOT put out a rule that indicated that we were going to take out of service truck drivers who were not proficient in speaking the English language. We announced that in May, and it was going to go in, it did go into effect at the end of June. Now, when we did that, there was a lot of press that complained to us that we were being unfair to people, that we were being mean to people. And what we said was, no, this is a safety issue. Making sure drivers of very heavy 80,000-pound rigs can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue. And some complained about it. We implemented it at the end of June, and all of us in America saw what happened in Florida, where we had an individual who we tested this individual after the crash, but no doubt could not speak the English language and could not understand road signs when he was operating that very deadly rig. And so we at DOT and federal motor carriers, we are not going to tolerate states that don't comply with the rules that come from this department. And so we are going to, first of all, we've identified several states that have not been in compliance. That would be Washington, California, and New Mexico. Those are the three states that have not complied with this rule, which, by the way, this driver in Florida had received a CDL in Washington, California, and was pulled over in July for speeding, and no doubt couldn't speak the English language. And law enforcement in New Mexico did not take his rig out of service. So this one driver touched all three states. Based on our review, they are not complying with our rule. And so phase one for us, which I'm announcing today, is we are going to give these states 30 days to come into compliance with truck drivers speaking proficiently the English language, or we're going to look at federal funding that they receive under the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program. So I believe California is 20 million or 30 million? 30 million. Washington is 10 million, and New Mexico is 7 million. Correct. Jesse will confirm that in a second, but these are millions of dollars. By the way, this is phase one. There are other actions that we can take to make sure states comply. And hopefully in the next 30 days, we won't have to withhold any money from them. But if they don't come into compliance, we will start with withholding this money, and then we will take additional steps to guarantee compliance. And this is not, just to be clear, this is not just about saying we have some obscure rule that we want them to comply with, that truck drivers speak English proficiently. This is about keeping people safe on the road. Your families, your kids, your spouses, your loved ones, your friends, we all use the roadway. And we need to make sure that those who are driving big rigs, semis, can understand the road signs, that they've been well trained, and that when they're pulled over by law enforcement, they're stopped by law enforcement, or there's a crash and law enforcement responds, they can effectively communicate what they have on their rig. There might be a history that they have to be able to communicate to law enforcement when they're pulled over or there's an accident. And if they can't do that, that creates a significant issue for the traveling public. And so this is step one. And again, we hope there'll be compliance in the next 30 days. If not, we'll take additional steps.
That was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy with that word of warning for those 3 states and for others if they don't comply with these requirements. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A group of advocates is urging elected officials to call on the Israeli government to release a 16-year-old Palestinian-American citizen from Florida who they say has been held without a trial in an Israeli prison for more than 6 months now. His name is Mohammed Zahir Ibrahim. Again, he's 16 years old. And his family says he's lost more than 25 pounds and also had some other health issues since he's been in captivity. CARE Florida, this is the Council on American Islamic Relations, held a news conference today in Tampa to talk about this situation and urge elected officials to act.
Mohammed Ibrahim needs to be in America. He's an American citizen, and the American government does have an obligation to protect the American children everywhere where they are in the whole planet. Anywhere, including Israel, Gaza, Palestine, wherever. It's an obligation. That's what the governments exist. The first duty is to offer protection to their citizens. And that is the duty we're calling our government to fulfill.
He was only 15 years old when he was abducted from his home in the middle of the night, and he has not been able to contact or connect with his family since then. In the last 6 months, he's lost over 25 pounds. That's almost 25% of his body weight. He's contracted scabies. He has not been able to connect with his family. His situation is dire, and we're calling for his release. A coalition of more than 100 statewide, local, and national, and even international organizations are coming together to call for his release. These include the Center for Constitutional Rights, Global Ministries of the Christian Church, Jewish Voices for Peace Action, Pax Christi USA, and Veterans for Peace. There's a legitimate fear that people have right now. His family and his community have a legitimate fear, and that is for his safety. His health is deteriorating. The U.S. Embassy has checked on him and has reported that his health is deteriorating. His scabies was being treated, but he is still suffering from that. And in April of this year, a 17-year-old Palestinian teenager being held at the same prison that Muhammad was held at died because of the abusive conditions there. This is something we have to pay attention to. We have to speak out. And in a turn of good news, we've seen that some elected officials are paying attention and are speaking out. And with that hope, we reach out to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Department of State, and to President Trump, and we're asking them to work together to secure his release. This is not politics. This is the life of an American teenager who's being held in an Israeli prison, one that is notorious for abuses. And regardless of what type of prison it is, he needs to be back with his family. He's a 16-year-old young American man. We're asking for help to bring him back.
This is about my nephew, Muhammad. Muhammad is the first cousin of Saifullah. Saifullah was killed a month and a half ago. They both work right down the street here, off of Bruce B. Downs at an ice cream shop. Muhammad was 15 years old. 4 a.m, 25 soldiers, ski masks, M16s, Jeeps, military vehicles. They came into the house. They took him out of his bedroom, blindfolded him, handcuffed him. And that was 6 months and 10 days ago. That's the last time anybody seen him that knows him. We're here, everybody's here, just like any parent, uncle, father, mother. A 16-year-old is supposed to be down the street right now getting his driver's license with his summer job, with his family, who just buried his first cousin. We want him home. Any child belongs with his parents, his mom, and his dad. I just became a father after 20 years of me trying to be a dad. My kids are home with me and their mom. Anybody who's a parent knows what it's like to have their kids near them, and I pray that nobody is going through what his mom and dad are going through. The conditions that he's in and the prison that he's in is notorious for torture and suffering. Hibba just mentioned 25% of his body weight. He's not on Ozempic. He's not on a diet. He's getting starved. Scabies from his feet to his fingertips, begging for ointment to treat him. U.S. Embassy getting denied access because of how contagious it is. Our politicians, from our city council members to the White House, need to do something about this. We're reminded every day that in Israel, they're our biggest ally. They're a democracy. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. Let's have these two democracies talk to each other and get this kid home. Let's see what real democracy is. Let's get our boy back to his family, back to his parents.
I stand here today as a Christian pastor compelled by my faith to speak plainly. What is happening to Muhammad Ibrahim is a moral outrage. Muhammad is a child. He is a U.S. citizen from Florida. He is a 16-year-old boy taken from his home, held without charge, denied medical care, and wasting away before our eyes. The gospel tells us that when Jesus took a child into his arms, he said, "Whoever welcomes one such child in my name welcomes me." The U.S. government cannot claim to defend human rights while allowing one of its own children to be caged and starved abroad. Our different faith traditions know the story of a young boy once imprisoned by empire, Joseph, sold into captivity. And we know of Jesus himself arrested, tortured, and executed by the state. Our faith calls us to resist every power that cages, dehumanizes, and kills. And so today I join CARE and over 100 organizations in demanding, bring Muhammad home, release him now. And just to go off script a little bit and hearing your words, I am the father of a 16-year-old. The idea of being separated from him and in him being in these conditions absolutely breaks my heart. And so as a father and as a pastor, I cannot separate Muhammad's suffering from the suffering of an entire people. Palestinian liberation is a moral and spiritual and human imperative. So the cry for Muhammad today is a cry for a people who deserve to live free from the river to the sea. Amen.
And we see it historically that when a people want to dehumanize another group of people, one of the first groups that they go after is the children. And they dehumanize children. And that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about a child. And there may be people that would want to say that Muhammad is an adult. They might want to say that he's a criminal, a thug, a supervillain. No, this is a child. This is a 16-year-old boy. This is someone's child. This is our child. A Floridian child, an American child. And the Progressive Jewish Coalition cannot help but wonder if this child had my name, looked a little bit more like me, believed as I believed, would he be home already? And I think we all know what that answer would be. And so as PJC, we are calling on the government to treat Muhammad as if he were one of us, because he is. We want them to not abdicate their responsibility to the children of the world. And we also have to call attention to the fact that the occupation of Palestine is built on this kind of dehumanization. So if we want to get him home, and if we want to ensure that it never happens again, then we have to see a free Palestine within our lifetime. And we are committed to doing that.
We're going to take a break on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. This is Orange County Mayor Jerry Dimmings, who is wrapping up these conversations about Visit Orlando, beginning to kind of summarize what he has been hearing here today and their take on things. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
I will tell you, based on what I've heard, we are not in agreement with expanding of what the eligible uses of the TDT looks like. That is a conversation that needs to carry forward on another day. Our Board of County Commission needs more discussion, quite frankly, on the board's position about what any changes in the agreement needs to look like. County staff needs to have the opportunity to do some research and work with the comptroller and work also with Visit Orlando on what any modifications should look like. For example, I don't agree with the breadth of the suggestions that were made by Senator Guillermo Smith earlier today. I think that we need significant discussions about what the board's position may be about any lobbying efforts on our behalf and with the legislature about what expanded eligible uses look like. There are different options that are available to us. What I will say to you is that given what we've heard today, Visit Orlando has already agreed with most of the comptroller's audit report. The path forward, which our intent is to sit down with the comptroller and have a conversation about those efforts that need clarifying within our contractual agreement. That has to move forward. What I'm hearing is the board generally has consensus that to empower our county administration to work with the comptroller and Visit Orlando on bringing back recommendations if there are any modifications to be made to the existing agreement and what that process looks like. That would include, of course, clarifications. I think everyone has agreed that there's room for clarity within the existing contract that we have. We've heard the comptrollers himself say that today, as well as his representative. Various ones of you have said the same thing. Visit Orlando has agreed to that. As we move forward, I also want to point out that when we look through what Visit Orlando has already concurred with, or partially concurred with, or didn't concur with, still pretty close, relatively close. 1A, the comptroller even agreed that the agreement was unclear, and Visit Orlando has made that agreement. We have said that there's consensus around that. So staff has to be empowered to go back and to have those conversations and bring back recommendations for what that clarity looks like. 1B, there were discussions about 1B, and the comptroller concurred, and you had just a full conversation just a moment ago with Ms. Kittleson about the concurrence of whether or not there's 19 point whatever million, or approximately 20 million that could be owed. There's not agreement on what that looks like at this point. That will require some additional conversation between all parties, and quite frankly, after that conversation occurs, the staff will need to bring that back and brief the board on those conversations so we know specifically what we will be talking about, whether or not it is in our best interest to hold them to some repayment, especially since it may go back into the tourist development tax.
Orange County Mayor Jerry Dimmings talking about next steps and what that may look like, whether it's trying to get some of the money back, some more of the money back, or that kind of thing, and what the negotiations for a new contract with Visit Orlando would look like, ongoing discussions about what would be acceptable uses of the tourist tax money as well. Let me give you a live look right now from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, where we are awaiting a launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9. This is part of the NEOS mission, which is set to go in about 2.5 minutes. Meanwhile, there is a conversation going on right now at Kennedy Space Center in Brevard County, where they are discussing what it would look like for Starship to launch from the Space Coast. We know there's been a lot of talk about moving those operations from Texas to Florida, but there's a lot of concerns about that, including what it would mean for shutting down Playa Linda Beach, potentially up to 60 days a year, impacts on commercial airline flights, concerns about noise and sonic booms as well, because this is the most powerful rocket in the world. It has had some issues with its test flights, and so neighbors, Brevard County residents, are speaking and making their voices heard at a public meeting going on right now, another one scheduled for this afternoon. Fox 35's Esther Bauer had the chance to speak with some folks who came out to share their thoughts.
National Seashore, which is a national park. It is also a wildlife preservation. And so if that extended past the 60 days, which it easily would with the track record, we're talking about almost 2/3 of a year of closure to a national park. And that would further defund the national park and could just open up access to closing down more of the Playa Linda. Playa Linda is also the only stretch of undeveloped beach on Florida, 22 miles, I believe. It could be a little bit longer than that, where there is no buildings. It's actually just beach. That is all we have. That's all that we have left in Florida as pure beach.
And we were also reading in the 400-page report.
490-page report, I believe.
Almost 500, exactly.
Right, exactly, yeah.
So they're saying we could see upwards of 2-hour delays to commercial flights. They're going to have to shut down airspace for OIA, Fort Lauderdale, Miami.
Not just the airspace. They would shut down the airspace, the ocean space, and the roadways. So you also have Cape Canaveral, the port of Cape Canaveral here. So that would affect all the shipping, not just commercial shipping, also tourist shipping. It would affect the fisheries out there, and it would affect all the roads surrounding the whole intercoastal area.
Talk about the travel nightmare it would also bring for travelers that flock to Orlando for tourism.
Yeah, because you're talking about a vessel that can travel from, let's see, Cape Canaveral here out to the Indian Ocean, so 2/3 across the world in under 15 minutes. So you're talking about the airspace that it travels. It's not just the Florida Airways, not just all the commercial business, all the tourism that happens in Central Florida, South Florida, but you're talking about across the entire Atlantic Ocean, across Africa, across Europe, all the way into the Indian Ocean. That's a lot of airspace.
The issue I have is the returning of the vehicle, because you get the sonic boom. I know a lot of people are complaining about the noise. I live inside the range. I'm on Merritt Island North, just directly across. I get woken up when the Heavy goes up, or the SpaceX, or any of the vehicles, because the house gets a little shake from the thrust. But what I'm concerned about is the return of the sonic boom, because we get the return of the sonic boom now with the SpaceX, and we're talking about a vehicle that could be 3 to 4 times the mass. So the wave that we're going to get when it enters the atmosphere is going to be 3 to 4 times greater. Right now, if you live where I live, you feel the door inside shake in the, well, that's the structure built around the door. It's supposed to be pretty sturdy for like hurricanes, right? But it actually vibrates. So my concern is, I think with the launches, they should say they all have to land on the drone ship. Because today they land on the drone ship, we don't feel that impact. When they land right here, you can stand outside and you feel it hit your chest. It's also pounding on the roof.
I mean, just overall, it could be more damaging than a hurricane.
Oh, well, it's going to be long term. I mean, some of us are already, to go to McDonald's, talk to people, we're already getting cracks in our ceilings from the rocket that's much smaller, but repeated use. You know, so we're concerned not about the 44 times, because it'll get larger later on, you know, it'll expand. We think the billions of dollars that'll help the economy is going to offset any of our little worries about our houses. So I've heard a number of people propose they take a fund, create a fund to repair people's houses. If they're going to save millions by landing right here, put that money in a fund for some of us if we call in for repairs.
How are you feeling that the public's not going to be able to ask officials these questions? There's no real public comment.
Yeah, I was a little surprised because the write-up, I brought what I was going to read, and then I get here and they say public meeting, but it's not. You get to talk to one person over here somewhere.
Just how does that make you feel? Do you feel like you're being heard?
Well, not directly, no. I will post this on our website, but I'm not sure it's going to influence anything. But I have a small recommendation. Not cancel the whole program. Just land them all out at sea. Here's
So a number of residents concerned about what might happen if Starship is brought here to the Space Coast. There are more of those public meetings going on. Again, another one 6 to 8 p.m. tonight. Two more, 1 to 3 p.m. and 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow, and then a virtual meeting on Wednesday night, next Wednesday, I should say. Meanwhile, Starship is scheduled to make a 10th test flight. Giving you a live look right now along the Space Coast, but that Starship launch is scheduled tonight in Texas. It was scrubbed Sunday because of an issue with the ground systems, scrubbed yesterday because of weather. We will see what ends up happening tonight. There is a launch window that opens at 7:30 p.m. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox Local and YouTube. Our streaming will continue on Fox Local, and we'll be back here with more Florida Live tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Have a great afternoon, and as we wrap up here, I will give you one more look at our Launch Credit Union camera along our Space Coast. Have a great afternoon.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you straight into a meeting going on right now in Orlando. This is the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, and that's a live look at Orange County Comptroller, I should say, Phil Diamond, who is the county's top accountant, and they recently conducted an audit on Visit Orlando. And this was the annual presentation, the annual update from Visit Orlando going on during this meeting. And obviously a big topic of conversation is this recent audit that questioned some of the spending and the management of money from that organization of Visit Orlando. And in fact, they say that Visit Orlando misclassified some public money as private donations and used it for things they shouldn't have. Some conversation now. We have heard presentations from Visit Orlando, from the comptroller's office, and now we're seeing some back and forth between commissioners and the comptroller's office and Visit Orlando as the commissioners have the chance to ask some questions about these findings and where things go from here as they look to renew their contract with that tourism agency. So let's go ahead and listen in as this conversation continues. This is Commissioner Wilson who is speaking right now.
To define when it's a building, right? You know, it's LEED certified. You can put that on a piece, or if it's a flight, there's a certain amount of carbon credits that you can say you're offsetting, what have you. But I would just be fearful of taking what we have as facts and then doing that conclusory piece, like this is promotion, this isn't, unless we have a really good way of saying what is and isn't. And that's my only point and my only question. I want to make sure that I can confidently say that if we are zoning in on something that may not be a promotion, that we're not kneecapping a really great sustainability effort, right? Like that would be really contradictory to our goals here as a county in our own SORAP, which is something we established our under the hood sustainability goals. So that was just sort of what I wanted to flesh out a little bit.
And we're happy to meet with you at any time to discuss this audit or any other.
Well, no, and I know you all are so good. You provide me more information than I can get through in a day, and I think it's so valuable to have, like I said, to have that information. And I do agree that I think there's a lot of great opportunity to continue to work through the recommendations. I'm grateful for the work that's already started and the opportunity to discuss it here. I think transparency is everything. And I do think that disclosing and having the more opportunities for that does get us to a point of trust and confidence. So thank you.
One other thing I wanted to add on that is, you know, there's a lot of things that could bring people, you know, more tourists here. We could say, okay, if we had more roads and there was less traffic, would that bring more people here? But
you were literally making the argument I make every year.
But can we use
trains? We would have lots of people here. Yeah, but I think to the point of trying to get at the very specific role that an agency like Visit Orlando has, right, and what their obligation is. I agree with you. You're making the point we try to make when we do put in our legislative request, which is that flexibility for things like transportation. But I wouldn't impose that on Visit Orlando, and it's certainly not part of their contract. So that's what I worry about. And so the promotional piece and what that looks like as a non-marketing person, I continue to try to explore and learn more about, and this opened up my eyes to sort of those thoughts and the way it was analyzed.
Okay, I think we're going to move forward. Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Simrad, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you for the conversation today. I know it's very important for us as the board to show that we have competent oversight of this agency that has been so successful in keeping Orlando and all of our businesses at the forefront in tourism, really, in the world. So I appreciate that. I guess I could go along with, increase oversight. Visit Orlando require periodic revenue reconciliations with our staff. I would prefer to have our staff making a lot of these decisions. Some of these are very detailed and subjective to me, and so I think it's important that we don't overdo our observation and our accountability and let staff delve in, because we've been here for hours, and now this board is getting into, is a party a legit expense or is it not? I really think the contract, that those decisions should be made with our attorneys and our staff. So I would love to see Lisa Sneed's department, maybe perhaps spending more time with them so that we don't have to take up a lot of time. I'm worried that because politically we have a lot of differences of opinion on how TDT dollars have been spent,